Hello, chat. We have more FF16. This is session 6. That's how you know this is a big game. We're still crunching it out. What are we, level 41? We got some decent skills. When we last left off, we ate all the eggs. Oh, boy did we eat a lot of eggs. Did a couple smaller scale stages. Most importantly, the entire stream was just a build entirely to hype up Barnabas, and it seems like we're about to experience that right now. Because unlike other streams where I open with the exploration content or side quest content, we got a stage already ready. Now, this means that people who did not arrive here on time are going to miss a little bit of this, but we're going to get right into it. Reverie, a single stolid spire rising high above the deadlands to pierce the very heavens. We were challenged to a duel, essentially. So let's go do that. Wait. Okay. Yeah, we can go do it. Let's make sure we have the items. Anyway, I didn't have the game audio on. We got it now. I was like, that button hadn't been pressed. Hold on. We're good. Look down right as I hit that. Here we go. Bark, bark.
I've come for you, Barnabas.
Even on stream, I have to partake in involuntary edging. It happens.
Stay close. Toggle.
Bark. We've conquered the steps of knowledge. We've done many a trial. We've obtained 2 pendants of life. We can, in fact, do this temple run.
The tower. It's alive.
I didn't mess around with any enemies, so I'll be warming up a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I probably should run the train on them. Here we go.
More echoes of the fallen. They seem to feed on ether.
Oops, I completely missed one of those off the turn.
Here.
The moment I learned that if I go for the stinger, I can keep holding attack to cook the charge hit, really changed things. Otherwise, the lunge doesn't seem like a super great move, aside from it just being a positional thing. Yo, can I get a sparkly? Like today? Thank you.
Bloody fallen. Why do all their flaws seem to have a mind of their own?
God, the music in this area is so cool. I'm glad we're doing more than one of these, like, fallen temples. Is that thing called Puraboros? Oh, Purabolos.
Too slow.
Ah, he didn't, like, stick on me. I guess we're fighting this one now. Like, thank you, Clive. Blocked. I'm so fucking good at video games, dude. I'm like, wait for it. I think I know where it'll pop. Now I get to put on timely accessories and mindlessly grind out trophies pre-Final Fantasy while enjoying your reactions. Hell yeah. Congrats to the people that played ahead just so they could watch me go through it live. I didn't think they could top Titan, but I just finished Bomb. It all depends on what you're looking for, you know? Titan has some really cool, unique stuff, and his track's really good. They've had a really good range of trying to have climactic super set pieces that all have their own flavor. Which I think is fucking awesome. Going from Super Kaiju to the concept of, well, Behemoth's most iconic move is the one where he does it in space. So he'll go do that. You're gonna go with him though. Very smart. Having to hold on to the knowledge until many of my other compatriots finish this game to be able to go, dude, they did the Donald Duck. has been interesting to deal with. Because the entire time that move's charging up, in my brain, I'm like, this needs to be that move. I need it desperately to be that, but I'm like, hold. Let's wait for that attack name to pop. I knew it had to be bigger than Terra Flare, because that was the DPS check move. I'm like, you gotta scale up past that if you're giving these level of theatrics. You'll find a lot of times I'll either not invoke a name or something when something's like gonna get announced or something at first. Just because I'm so excited that it is about to be real. Yeah, you do the fucking Louis Swat to him. Obama didn't kill anybody with it, therefore Donald's still stronger. Oh, I paid attention to that too. Currently, the power scale now. Ifrit Risen, so full power Clive. Donald Duck, Behemoth.
This won't be easy.
What was that? Purple Bavarow? Bavarow? But I know you don't pronounce the S when it's a word like that.
Nice try.
There we go. Freeze him up a little bit. This should get the stagger. Wow, right on the line. Bro finally moved as soon as I put a dot on him. Bavarois. Like Bavarian cream. Ah, okay. Higher and higher we go.
If I were Barnabas, where would I be? The top. So I could look down on the world.
Did not center myself properly to get all three of them in the spin. Yeah, shout out to 2 Scoops. Alright, gather around, kids. Ah, the other lifts are coming up. I guess coming down in this case. We got a door over here. Just realizing that I can also do helm split while holding as well to charge a charge melee, it looks like. So it'd be like that. Get that second big hit. There's some sauce on this one. Yep. He changed to cutscene mode. Oh. Ah, it's this track. I was like, which mini boss track are we getting?
Though I expected a fall like all the rest.
Ah, that was a bit too early. Unlike this one. Parried. Cash it out. I like how this is not even a mini boss because it doesn't have the boss health bar. It's just a big enemy. We got it right before it can hit me. Got it. Alright, well I punched his dick so hard it said enemy slain, so I think we did a pretty good job.
What was that thing? Hopefully there aren't any more.
Even if there are, we'll deal with it. It's not a big deal. I'm Howie Mandel, don't worry about it. Yum. Also yum.
You know what to do, boy.
Trying to see if there are any other doors around here, but nah, it's just another lair. Here we go. You don't even have to like be on the floor. It's just whenever you approach the miasma of this button, they're just like activated. You're good. Orb. Oh, that's just a bigger one? Sure, dude. Our mini-boss is Ball. Our mini-boss is more than a ball.
Come on, then.
Business Division 3 putting all of their power to make you be hyped up to fight a ball. Oh, shit. That counted? That's insane. Alright, you gotta start doing real hits here. I'm just kind of feeling them out. It's not really working out for me. Shout out to Short Circuit. That robot is in fact alive. Press the attack. Who am I to say no to a giant ball? Damn it, dodge just a little late. There it is. Grab it. Oh, I forgot it spins. Got it. I only just realized my health was low. What? Music's still playing. The ball was a warm-up. Fuck me. Ah, here's the real mini-boss. Aurum Giant. I couldn't see him over the fucking snowflake. Oh, damn. Golden section. Haha! Shit.
Let's try.
God, he's hitting me like a fucking truck. Ugh, Jesus Christ. I'm really bad at timing like every single dodge of this guy. Keep doing all of them way too early or late. Alright. Orm Giant dismantled. Hello, can I get a Mr. Barnabas? Report to the front desk.
Almost there.
We're gonna face the last king near an area called the Crown.
He's here. I can feel him.
I can feel him right in my nuts. Whoa! Statue of a familiar guy up there.
The blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Butcher.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold, or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free will. Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
You're wrong. It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
What?
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens, and they prayed to God that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
Huh? Are we sucking today? Alright. Whatever you want, man. You do you.
What madness is this?
My worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more.
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
I'm always
It's
doing
not
that.
the strength of my will that should worry you. but the weakness of yours.
The tenacity of human will begins.
The stronger. Prove it. By this day's end, you shall know. I'm tired of this.
I gave it my best shot.
Yet still you fight like a man. Nice try. Must I show you? Show me more.
Wow, I couldn't pull him down. Shit. That's how you know he really is strong. Got it. Got it again. Yeah, his HP is a little massive. Yeah, let's get some health back.
His vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none. Fuck.
You need to chill out, dude. Oh no!
Desperate, are we?
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Yo, here's the clash. Hi. Ow. Well, this is the first time for everything. He fucking knocked us out of it.
Shown the path. Now you must follow it. Free yourself with us. You will not defeat me otherwise.
Well, that's a good phase transition, I guess.
Perhaps you still require a shield.
Holy shit. Well, I'm out of heals now. I accidentally double tapped. There we go. Hey, punched him into a new phase. Alright.
You admitted defeat the moment you turned your back on us. When you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your god believes.
Oh. Thanks for the bump, dog.
Damn it.
Ah, zoinks.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of strength.
Bro, what?
But you will.
Push it back. I like how our health continued. Yo!
Could it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies. You are not the fool I took you for. So it ends.
Out of time again.
Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos. Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations.
Uh-oh.
The tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence, a dream far out of reach. And now that its sweet ruin courses through my veins, I shall not be quick to relinquish it.
Oh, fuck, it got fixed.
Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it.
Fuck me, gathering darkness?
No good.
We're gonna die almost immediately because of no heals, but it's fine.
I can't go on.
Can you give me like 5 minutes, Barnabas? He's like, sure, dude. I'm like, thank you. Just give me 5 minutes. And then we ate like a bagel. And then we were ready to go again. Woo!
Must I show you?
Oh, fuck, here it comes. Ah!
Long have I suffered the disappointment of lesser rivals, but no more.
Holy fuck! Stop getting stronger!
Constant congregation, salvation is come. Rejoice as our souls are granted peace unending. How do you know?
Yeah!
What proof have you? Your mere existence
Whew.
is proof of the Lord's grand design.
Nice try.
Serve your God.
Oh, that's what I like to see. Yeah! Oh, fuck! We have now seen everything with the trailers, I think. I don't think we're pairing any of these.
I needed that.
Come. Have you the strength? Have you the will?
Ah, it's like a desperation move. Okay. What in the hell? Woo-hoo! Alright, stay calm. Here it comes. Nice! Holy shit! Damn it. I actually fucking hit the dodge at the right time, but he body blocked. Ah, damn, we were so close. Shit. Almost had it. I probably would have if they didn't have the body blocking when I'm trying to dodge to the other side of the map. Big thing I should have realized is always open with this. I was cutting it a little close there on the line. Dude, you just missed. Back to this. Nice! Oh! And down you go. You're going down. Finish him up.
At an end.
And we both know the truth. It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his.
Clive Rossfield.
Sick! I'm so strong, chat.
Perhaps there is strength in will. Would that I had not relinquished my own.
You relinquished nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval? You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world, but the one we live in. And that world is worth saving. Even if it means killing a god.
Ah.
Bold words. From one who has served the Lord so well.
This is pointless.
But I almost forgot. I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not? We shall fulfill our destinies, just as the Lord's Mother Crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become one with God.
No.
The nerve of him completing my set.
At long last, salvation. I'm coming home. Mother.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Show yourself! Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength, to gorge yourself on their being, to edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel, our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
It's not yours yet.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There all shall end and begin again.
We did it. We took down the barrier. Meanwhile, what's happening in Randall? Oh no! Not Unky!
Why the hell is my city going with the captain?
Don't ask me, ask them! Since when was Eugen Hamel want to hide when there was a fight to be had?
Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this lot while the city burns and my wife tails off with a man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway?
What indeed?
The enemy numbers 200,000 or more, counting the Yorks. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size.
Then what of the central keep?
Held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together.
The prospect of death does put things into perspective.
Perspective. Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
Oof.
Hamel, I need you to lend me some of your best men. Preferably all of them.
My best men! Does it look like I really want...
I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble. And I may have already promised him your help.
Your nephew, the outlaw. My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing.
And you and he are of the same mind. Clive fights for the opposite. He fights for a world in which they shouldn't have to live and die for nothing. And he fights today to give us all a chance of a better tomorrow.
This cutscene direction is, in fact, insane. They just made a film.
Then mayhap they are the wrong men.
Based!
Well, I'll be damned.
Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes, Your Radiance.
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Does this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terence,
My lord.
you will find a girl there.
A girl. We are in the middle of a war.
He is
I
him.
owe my life, and I always pay my debts. You are to see that she is provided for,
Dion, I cannot leave.
but you shall. If I am ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
And know that I will do it.
Farewell, Terence.
Farewell. My prince.
I think they're cousins.
Clive, thank fuck. You alright? I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua. And Barnabas. The king is dead.
So they're all... They are, but so is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
This is the only woman left in this current village.
We need to talk.
All the villagers turned to Kashik and were absorbed by Odin. Including her friends, husband, family.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless.
Yeah, be like, I must escort her very slowly.
Our people need to know what happened here.
This was my first inclination is I'm like, people need to go back and just put her on the boat.
As can she, I hope.
Thank you, my lords.
The only reason she didn't turn is she's pregnant with a bearer. Yeah. I guess that allowed for some level of resistance.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice, all to serve Ultima, in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
He didn't consider it killing, or a mercy of sorts. A way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately use that.
As he uses us.
But why us? What are we?
What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is. For our sins. Barnabas said something else. That the mother crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the mother crystals have been leading the land of Ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely a freed that he desires, but a freed and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined, shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast
Even if we're breaking the crystals down, most of the blight was developed when there were still like 4 of them up.
A spell to end all spells.
We managed to break one and took a 5-year siesta.
No, without the mother crystals. But if we destroy them all...
Doesn't help those mother crystals pump out a lot of power around the time we break them. At least in a couple of cases.
We stick to the plan then. Only this time...
we face him together.
I just wanted to punch your titties.
Walk to stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
Me when I'm gonna post food to my Twitter. The power of darkness. We have Odin. Attuning with Odin changes our spells. We get Gungnir. Odin's feat of strength as the Arm of Darkness can be used to temporarily transform Clive's weapon into Odin's blade. Landing attack slowly charges the blade, readying it for Zantetsuken, which is executed by holding square. Potency is determined by the blade's charge.
When Barnabas fell, his
Well, there's a side quest over here. Nothing over there, it looks like, but we'll do that in a second. But first, finish it up. And thus, chat, we are complete. The only thing you need to do is master it for 5k. Let's see. Individual attacks with Odin's blade far less potent than those with Clive's regular weapon. Attacks with Odin's blade do not fill the limit break gauge. However, striking an enemy or landing an ability with Odin's blade fills the gauge. Hold square to ready it, release to execute. Zantetsuken's potency and complexity increase with gauge level. Pressing square immediately following a precision dodge while it's active will do an attack called Flash of Steel. Pressing square after a successful parry while it's active will do a counter called Steel Counter. Using Flash of Steel and Steel Counter is one of the effective ways of quickly filling it, and Mastery upgrades it to level 5. Bonus points are awarded using battle techniques during arcade mode. It's really funny how all those things they tell you on the right side of the screen, like precision dodge and all of that, is mainly to get you used to seeing those, so when you play arcade mode, they actually apply a score. Alright, let me look at your moves. Heaven's Cloud. Ah, okay, it's like the triple strike that Cloud literally has in 7 Remake. Can be executed multiple times in succession, previous hit lands. Each hit landed fills the Zantetsuken gauge. Rift Slip, used to recover immediately from an ability or an action. Okay, it slows down time so you can immediately recover and go into something else. And then there's Gungnir. Some of the legendary spear execute things. Each hit landed does it. Man, that's, you sure are prepping me, game. Alright, let's figure out what I would like to do here. We will, we're gonna start unlocking things again and respecking. I will figure out what I want to roll with in a moment. I'm guessing it's still gonna be Garuda and Titan. Okay. Does this all seem right? Lock that too. Actually, don't lock that. We'll figure out if I want to do it. Oh yeah, and your ultimate move, Dancing Steel, a second blade to do a big flurry. Each hit significantly increases. No, that is pretty cool. Sorry, I just like making it feel like that. It's funny. Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't think I need that one. Yeah, I'll definitely keep Wind Up. I don't know if I'm going to keep, what is it? Not Upheaval, but Raging Fist. Feels pretty good, but we have some other new moves that we can try out. Okay, so that's 1, that's 2, that's 3 things decided. significantly increased number of hits. Alright. This is the mastery one. It's a bit cheaper if I master one of these. Yeah, if I want to use one of these, I might as well. I'll do that. I wonder if I have enough for this thing. I'm short by like 300. Okay. We're set again. Let's figure out the distribution a bit better. Because I do want to use this because it looks cool as shit. There we go. Then of course we'll get that. Lock that. Grab that. Yeah, and we could upgrade it again, but let's see. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. 4. 5. Do I want to go the Wicked Wheel, or do I want to do something else? It's kind of down to Wicked Wheel or Train. It's always tough. We'll try Wicked Wheel for now and then see how I'm feeling later. And that gives us about 2,600 points left. Ah, yes, we have 3 moves here, and I'm going to want to have to move one of these, it looks like. Because this is not the mastery one. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can do Odin, Garuda, Titan. Okay, well, we will now, we're now rebranding this, this combat style as just big hits. For my big, strong moves, and when I need to just directly parry. There we go. We can put Heaven's Cloud here. And then that leaves Gungnir and that. Ah, yeah, Dancing Steel. That's the move. I should train myself to know that these super moves are in fact on triangle. There we go.
Magic died with him. The road to stone here is barred to us no longer.
Ah, that side quest is up ahead. Let's go back to the hub, just so, because I'm sure we have letters by now from other things, and I'd rather just read them so I'm not reading a clump of 8 of them later. New request is in the Alliant reports. Okay, let's see here. Ah, yeah, it's in Clive's chambers, which is... Yeah, it's just right ahead. Okay. I feel about the side quests in the game. I've seen some people hate them. I mean, they're the same type of side quests that every other RPG does in human history, but these are written significantly better. Anytime I see someone complaining about them, I'm like, have you played any other game before? They're basically the same. It's just that they have really good writing in all of them. Thanks for helping get the dungeon in order. Had you not rode gallantly to our rescue, I, Breck, and poor Owain, and them lot would still be stuck, stilling Blightwater over a bonner. There's always room for improvement, though. Don't get your knickers in a knot, should I come knocking at your chamber looking for more spheres and ash and whatnot. Glad she's mailing me about quests that she wasn't in, just to show that she was overseeing it, kinda. What happened in Eastpool with the Bears and the Guardians has been a long time coming, and I'm proud it could finally happen here in Rosaria. The Duchy of Old may be no more, but Archduke Elwyn's dream still burns in the hearts of many. And it is through victories such as these that the fire will spread. This is only the beginning, Clive, but a fine beginning it is. Hard to believe Theo's gone. Every morning I wake, I expect him to be there in the stables, watering the birds or readying the packs, yet he is not. And it is everything I can do to not fall to my knees and weep. Still, I know that I have to move on, but that doesn't mean I have to forget. My brother and I built all we have together. So long as I still have the caravans, he will ever be with me. I shall honor him in death by carrying on what he strove for in life. That is what I choose. And tale makes four. Clive, there's but one crystal left, needs cracking, and but one man who can do it. See that you don't miss. It's like, not only do I enjoy the quests here, but you get mail about them afterward. Like, you know, these quests are ingrained as a thing you do in the plot that's fairly, like, important, fleshed out, that kind of thing. I think they're pretty solid. We did it. We've unlocked a third row of things. Though I would be quite shocked if they filled that entire third row. So I'm thinking we only have a couple more of them, but we'll see. We'll see. We have a bit more country to go deal with. It's like, sure, the quests are walk over to that guy. Maybe he wants you to talk to 3 people around the area. Maybe he wants you to go pick up an item. Or pick up an item that is next to enemies that you have to do in a forced fight. Or just clear out enemies. And I'm like, yeah, those are general quest design in most video games. And that can drive people up the wall a little bit. Also, they give you quite a few of them if you try to be thorough. But also that's not any different from...
Ambrosia won't help me here.
I like how they count this a town with no one in it at this point besides me as a non-rideable one. But every other game is like doing that. It comes down to the dialogue, the world building, and the characters in it. And at times, some cutscene direction and stuff, I feel like, you know.
You were right, Joshua.
Bro's always right. Hello, bird. I see you came in from the capital.
Bodies up ahead.
Oh.
Be safe.
Is there no peace for a dying man?
What happened here?
The ether floods made savage beasts of my companions. And those faithless orcs, I knew they weren't to be trusted. We were told that they would stay loyal to our cause. Something commanded their loyalty, but it was not us.
It's a wonder they stayed faithful for so long.
Perhaps they sensed our downfall. The king is gone, our nation in ruins. What becomes of us loyal pawns now? Sworn to a shattered throne. Fuck Walud. Fuck the dead king and his god. Fuck this withered shithole. The floods do not affect you. You are a bearer, albeit one who's lost his brand. Pray, hear me, brother. Will you grant this pawn his final wish? Will you lay my dying soul to rest?
Of course. What do you need?
Finally, some luck. Beyond the castle walls, towards Stonehere, there is a forest. Never turn. My parents are buried upon a bluff, nestled amongst the trees. Theirs was the only love I ever knew. I was torn from them in life, but perhaps I can return to them in death. Take my ring. See that it rests beside their bones.
May you find peace at last.
Yeah, this really is a doomed for being born here type of deal.
Faster!
I'm sorry, Ambrosia. I was really hoping you had the ability to push.
Don't tell me. The only way to the capital
is through that gate, just as you surmise.
There's an army down there, Joshua.
Yes, but I don't see any dominance.
Alright, let's test it out. Ah, it'll just leave. Okay. It's back. Here it comes. That dude's like, you weren't even aiming at me, but I'm also dead. Yeah, that's a big wind-up, and the first hit has to hit. That's fine. Understandable. At least it'll pop off in other scenarios, but yeah. Great Southern Gate. Alright, well, we do have to bust our way in there.
Come on.
Yeah.
Not an on-time soldier in sight.
Then we end their suffering.
That almost fully filled it. Holy fucking ass. No, don't worry, I insist. I like it. You can look at the surrounding enemy grid, and I saw all the squares immediately empty out.
It's for us. I wouldn't put it past Ultima. He's made nothing easy so far.
It is peak, I fear.
Do I have a choice?
Nice try.
Yeah, I forgot that was gonna have to hit. Have one of these.
This one's bigger than the others.
And meaner, by the look of it.
It's alright, I'm working on it. Okay, yeah, some of the new stuff we got here is pretty good. So looking at ability-wise, it looks like Heaven's Cloud's probably not the one I'm looking for here. Let's lock some stuff up as I prepare for that. You know, wind up, yeah, it's a must. Wheel, yeah. Giga, yeah. There we go. Give myself a little bit more. Chat, I got great news. There we go. Let's just get that back on.
We can rest here if you like.
Don't worry.
I'm just thinking about moves that I like to pop in my downtime as I'm going through here, and that's the one that makes the most sense.
Look, Clive.
By the Founder. The place is a fortress.
Shout out to Kitten Hollow. Someone's like, that's not what that said, and I'm like, yeah, but it's funnier if I call it Kitten Hollow. Okay, it looks like there's a part you can go off to the left. I might look at that just out of interest. Yeah, you can tell this place is fucked up. I can see a lich even from this distance.
What do you suppose that is? It's not on Vivian's map.
Probably for a good reason.
Right. Just down here.
It's definitely a place to fight things. Simply not open to us yet. Fair enough. Once we're out here, though, yes.
Come on. Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashyyyk.
Raven Wit Walls obelisk. That truly is an imposing demon fortress.
You deserve a rest.
Are you a hunt? I was gonna engage you anyway, but shit. Bye, ghoul. Alright. Time to put on the pants. Let's go. A Gugar! With a hat!
That's no ordinary girl. I needed that.
Damn it, we're so close. Keep getting interrupted right before I can get him to go off. God, I thought I got that. Shit. For people who've done this, the level on Zantetsuken only stays up while I'm in combat. While I'm in that combat style is specifically what I'm asking. So I can't, like, switch to something to use something, switch back, and that 5's not gonna stay there, right? Because that's how I've been operating on this. You can switch? Holy shit. Bro, why you keep doing that? Like, why you keep doing that? That's just cheating. That's a super Gugar, but I feel like he's cheated. He just decided to randomly have his health entirely refill and reset the encounter. That's a little rude. Damn it, wouldn't do it immediately. There we go. Aw, darn. I thought I was gonna have it, but thankfully, as we all know, that fight didn't count. Because he randomly restarted the fight after I had already used 3 healing items. The most unfortunate part about the control schemes is that I now have a triangle to switch bound to switching my character style, but that's also a button to attack, and sometimes the game goes, you can press in R2 just enough we must punish you by switching styles. And I'm like, why am I even on this one? I was trying to nuke. You've stolen my history from me. It's okay. We got fully filled now, so we are going to be in a good spot now, finally. God, that range is way too picky.
Too slow.
Starting to realize that I shouldn't bank my big super abilities for once we get staggered, because we will eventually get it by the time it's back. $78K, not bad. That knocking out of it's kind of cheap. Given the fact that it needs to hit for the combo to continue, I'm like, there shouldn't be anything that stops that. Hard enough to get this thing to get hit by it. Fine, you want one of these? Take it. What's your best before respecking? I broke 50K at some point yesterday. Can you check your armor? You've been taking way more damage than I was. Oops.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind.
Uh, 81, 82. You're right, I could be going back to the hideaway or something. In fact, there's an obelisk close by. I can just go ahead and do it now. I forgot, after every major action stage, they outfit you with new things you can get. So I should at least check with Blackthorn. You know, usually the way you would give a pet name for a character like, you know, like Joshua or Blackthorn is to just is to shorten the name and put a Y at the end. That's right, so that means Blackthorn's name is Thorny.
What's Sanktfornian, dear?
Everdark, which is still 10 points below that. These are best they can get in reinforcement. Nope, still bad. And nope, still bad.
And
let me see if that reward thing over here is updated or not. No. Okay. Well, the Wix probably does that. It's tanking damage. I think it's them, if they take a hit after a few of them, they go away, so I imagine it's, yeah, it's probably helping. It's fine. We're working through it. Alright, well, back to work. Hello, bird. Gotta go. Alright, everybody out. Yeah, keep going over here. If you put graves, you usually put them, like, on the edge. Yep. Or as I call this type of area, a pride rock.
He'll be able to see all the way to stone here. As fine a resting place as any man could hope for. Reunited with those he loves at last.
Ah, yes. Bird moment.
Run like the wind.
In case you don't get distracted by the openness a little bit. It is meant to trick you. There you go. The bush too much? Yes.
To the stables, girl.
I'm just here to chill out, dude. What's up? How you doing? Oh, I'm so nostalgic for that move that I've done every single day. Oh, I think you want one of these. Man, 1750, nice. Okay, there you go. Like, how do I get that? Doesn't seem to be that much more interest here, though they might just place a quest over here later. They're like, no, you little idiot. Chocobos have been trained to know they could never achieve anything inside any village. I despise you. I'm not even going to engage. I'm just going to run.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
Get on this bird quickly. Another obelisk, let's pop it. I'm insulted. The whole time I was waiting for it to pop, and then they just spun the camera enough so I couldn't see it. Maybe I wanted to see all the particles. You think of that? You didn't.
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
As ready as I'll ever be.
We're gonna pop out to the map and put a little red bubble. I would do that if I was the game. Thank you. This is what we call wish fulfillment. Wonderful. No one needs my help. I love that. The skies shudder over the final mother crystal, a single stonework span separating the screams of the capital from its sacred heart. Pretty easy.
What the hell happened here?
I dare not think. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I.
Oh no, I hate it when the streets are mad at me like that. Makes me feel sad. Can I cheer you up, streets? Checking out some stuff over here before I start running in. I'm basking in the vibes at the moment. Coming to the realization Zentets can build far regardless if you're in the mode or not. You just need to activate it so that you can turn it on. Or activate the full move.
Well.
This level might be a bit on the hard side. I forgot to restock on potions. We'll do our best, though. It's okay. They restock you on death, but I tend to try and, you know, try. Behemoth? Oh, fuck.
That's a behemoth. Who would be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Yeah, that certainly is a behemoth.
Get up. Here it comes. Well, what are we waiting for?
I told you, it went wow. We got it. Oh boy. Wow, interesting tech. Oh shit. Damn it, he jumped out. He jumped in a completely unexpected direction, too. You're going down.
Let's try.
Here goes nothing. Ecliptic meteor. Oh!
Stand back! I'll conjure a ward.
I will do tank LB3. Oh no. Oh no, the sickness.
Desperate times. Clive, no. Trust me. No more shields, remember?
Yeah! What a shot!
This won't be a job for a freak! Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight together.
The ultimate brother check-in.
That wasn't too bad. That was just the beginning.
Stop putting a storm near me, it's very rude. Oh, of course the spin. I'm like, I've thoughtfully positioned myself behind you, and they're like, no, don't worry, we planned it.
Well done. Too slow. Nice try.
Awaken wins!
Alright, got the good grab. Alright, out of heals, we're gonna have to make the most of this.
Face up yourself.
Oh, that did nothing to him at all, huh? I was hoping that would do good stagger damage, but it doesn't really.
Too slow.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pop this now. Yeah, it's not working out. Yep. It's not my fault, Joshua. I forgot to get items. There we go. Now we'll win.
Nice try.
Yeah, they give you checkpoints on every phase transition in this. Let me give you a nice bonk.
Let darkness fall!
Nice try.
Holy shit. Hope you like big donuts, chat. Extinction? Oh, fuck. Oh, extinction is just the you killed him move. Okay. The classic Behemoth shuffle. Maximum hater mode. I'm a professional, as you all know. Behemoth shackle. That was scary. It was. I was like, how? That didn't hit me. I guess it's because I'm the best fucking motherfucker on block. Action hop.
If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there.
I got up between his legs and almost couldn't get out. Oh, that feeling's the worst. Like me trying to get behind Barnabas, but he's blocking me out. Clean up! Who wants more? Oh, does this hold between battles too? Shit. Ah, more to add onto the fucking pile. And clean up. Excuse me. New enemies approach. Great timing. I'm gonna need something else to work on after these guys. Let's look at all those dots down there. Okay, there is a range limit. There are some back here that could not take that. Which honestly, that's totally fair. I'm gonna hit you with a giant laser beam. What next?
Not what I was expecting. Nice try.
I remember now I can't immediately pop Gungnir immediately after. Just put damage on the floor.
Too slow.
I remember when that cannon dude was like one of the stronger threats in near the start of the game, where I was like, oh man, this is a tough mini-boss. Certainly found it more difficult than the dragon that came after it.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
Horse. Clean it up.
Come on then. What are you waiting for?
Sorry, you were a mini-boss before, but you are not a problem for my big hits. Cleaned up.
Through the castle, then.
I don't see any other way.
Yeah, I guess this is a mini-boss rushing away. Nice god rays. Alright, lock it up. God, this feels great.
Farewell.
Big room. Yeah, it is a mini boss rush. Now we got a coral.
Ultima's corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further.
And we won't.
Cougar moment. Nice! And we got this too. Down you go. Not the cleanest. We actually staggered you too early, but we'll put you to bed with this. Just an easy $2,400. Excuse me. The art of breathing can always be difficult. Sometimes you get something in your throat and you go, I'm gonna die. That's it. Pack it up. You seem like you're gonna be in pain. Unless I get this off. I am so glad the Gugar bit has been able to be used this much. And it's not even a reach. It's a Gugar. Sorry, I just sneezed. What are we doing? Thank you. Dog, we found a door. More dudes down there.
There are so many. Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
And wave one done. That was only one wave. Is there like a door here? There we go. Ah, it's a lever to open the gate. Yeah, dancing steel helps quite a bit, and the parry one does an insane amount. Two!
Clive. Of course there's more. There's always fucking more.
Stay right where you are. There we go. One of them's almost dead. There we go. Now for you. we've never actually had to fight two of these guys at once before, so I can see why he felt a bit like we're going a little too hard here. All right. Huh.
Clive, you mustn't summon a creature. Not yet. So I should let the Barnabas...
They actually didn't count that as 5.
Yes, should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
You did way in the beginning. Ah, okay. I'm so used to there being like a one solo one.
You don't want to know.
Ah, you make me sick. Spellcasters. Making people invincible. I have no choice but to go nuclear on you. Wrong button, here it is. Ah, what are you idiots? Of course she worked out. Whenever it happens like that, I'm like, rigged. You knew. Just chilling out. You aren't so tough. Yeah! And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. I think we fought like 6 times the amount of enemies from any other level. It's pretty cool.
The army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
Whoa. Well, well, well. The squad has arrived. Jump!
She's not alone.
Oh, this track.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart, and guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished.
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
Goots, you're gonna break the crystal.
But don't suppose there's out I can say to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you to stay safe. Nan won't take kindly to losing her best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old Nan.
You mean you'll buy some off us? Welcome to Goots's Toll. Righto, here you go. Thank you. Is there else you need? Righto, here you go.
Last elixir. Upon KO, automatically restores HP, fills the limit gauge, and increases attack power by 10% and defense 30% for 60 seconds. That's a pretty good one. Never gonna use something like that, but hell.
How else I can do for you?
Yeah, Rune Crescents are about the best we're gonna get on that, it looks like. I could possibly upgrade Defender to get a bit more damage. Oh, hold on. He's selling things I can actually, that are upgrades. My bad. How much money do I have? Enough to get these. Circle of Heaven.
Righto, here you go. Is there else you need?
And Sun Bracelets.
All done then.
Yeah, it looks like this is about the best we're gonna get here.
You don't want me to make yours out else? Thank you. How else I can do for you?
Huh, Defender can't be upgraded in any way, it looks like. Wait. So down here? In Reinforce. Nah, it can't be upgraded. Alright, I bought it for nothing.
I can make for you?
Well, it's a good thing I didn't equip it then. Yeah, this all seems fine.
What can I do for you? Righto, here you go.
I couldn't have made it this far without you, Torgal.
Each parting brings the hope of reunion. I missed you, Clive.
I missed you too.
If Sid were here today, I reckon he'd be proud of you, Clive.
He'd be proud of us all.
There is still much I would learn of your tale, once this day is done. Until then, all who might come between me and such knowledge shall answer to my spear.
I do not envy them.
You see, Clive, we're not alone. If we are to win the day, we must all play our part. And ours. Ours lies beyond those doors.
We fought long and hard for this moment. Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp.
We need only ensure
People said this would have a good party. Once again, people wrong.
Together.
I win always. I'm always collecting W's.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together.
Aye.
Again? Oh man. Can you guys deal with these while I go forward?
Our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
Welcome, sons of fire.
In we go.
No! Come back.
What?
Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you? isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are...
Chat when they see any new concept goes, I must relate it to something else or I will die.
He's through Ultima. We find him, and we leave.
Also, it's the interdimensional rift. This is a FF5 reference. Get some real boss baby vibes from this place. Rest assured, anytime someone calls something that I'm streaming a name that isn't the actual game, I've rolled my eyes so hard that I think I might die.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning. When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic.
I love rocks.
And in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
But if it was magic that caused the blight, what of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Please, Ultima, lay it out all on the table.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First,
Don't jump on the stairs, it's dangerous. I know,
by the stain of
but Clive's real strong.
An unprecedented journey lay before
I know it's
us.
dangerous for you because you have to, like,
One
use your
beyond
arms
the
to climb
limits of
yourself
our
up each
fleshly
stair.
bodies.
Like, you know.
And so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow. Valisthea. There would the true work begin. For the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution. The illness having spread to every organ, there was but one escape from this fate. to start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his god awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his god's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource. And the land, she wept tears of black.
You would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. Though we're one and the same. Is that
Ifrit, or what's left of him?
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction, but she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all!
He's been vexed.
What?
I can just do that, I guess.
That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
Oh, shit. Whoa! The mural.
My friends. My family. We have all suffered. All fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore. It's ours.
They keep arranging this track from Final Fantasy 1 and it's fucking cool as shit. What in the... Ah! We got it! he's using all the elements. Got it. And down you go. Ah, too late. Oh boy. Barely got it in.
Nice try. Let's roll ready.
Damn it, too early that time. Good lord. Run out the clock. Base shift.
Such foul intent may not be sublimed through gain-standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid.
Oh man.
Oh, wretched
Event Horizon.
even of contrition.
Oh!
Shall we reap our harvest?
Fuck him up. Parried. Get fucked.
We will unmake.
Yes! Oh damn, the pushback was just enough. switch again.
Gifted this chance. And still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
Oh.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. Let's make it his last.
Let's fucking do it, dude.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
I'm definitely dying on this phase. You know what? Pop me off now. I got like over a third to do with no healing. I'll just let you sort me out. I don't want to start getting into the moveset until we're fresh in. Let's go for it.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
Holy shit! Holy shit! I get it, you're strong. Nice! Deliverance overrides this. Get down here. Oh, man! It's quite a sweep. God, you're so good at dodging, so I can't enjoy that move. Oh, I got hit by that enough to die. Shit, I'm really bad at knowing when I'm at low on health. Huh. Alright.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us.
Anyway, it's fine. This fight's fucking sick. Oh no, I have to play more. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother. That sweep is too fast to be reactable for me. I have to, like, do it as it's about to, right before it moves. There we go. Huh. I like how Torgal doesn't find this worthy enough to transform into his other form for it. I like how some moves can just entirely be avoided with a jump. Damn it, just a little too late. Oh! Go for it! Boom! Increases rate in which dancing steel fills the gauge by a quarter. Ooh.
At last, for countless generations, have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts?
I just want to have sex with you, actually.
What if it could all just go away? Just go away.
Clive!
None of this is real. Wake up.
You're being bamboozled. This happens a lot.
It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
Brother.
Chekhov's feather. We've been holding this thing for like 30 hours.
Come. Remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
Brother, check in.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched, and the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Muthos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
I hope they didn't want me to do any quests. I think I'm just gonna end shit now.
This is no mere evolution, it is deviation, and herefrom does Logos rise.
You can't just say Logos and then immediately cut to a purple crystal. That's just bad form. Hey, look, chat, we did it. All the mother crystals are broken.
Damn it, Clive. Wake up. Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
And once again does my creation stray from the path laid before it. Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos.
What's Logos? Do you have any entry in this for Logos for me? No? That's too bad. Can you tell me about the rift? Ah, okay. Yeah, that all makes sense, yeah. Okay. Anything about you today? One of a race of ancient godlike beings. Yeah. Yeah, we all know this. Yeah, pretty much.
But we will put an end to this hubris.
Sorry for interrupting you, God.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin does our true power quicken. And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering.
Okay, we're out. Meanwhile, back at Twinside. Is that tower significant? Significant enough for him to spawn here.
And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings.
What a shot.
Its chorus building. A crescendo as it enters its final movement. Stirring those long aslumber to waking.
Uh-oh.
And back to their origin.
You know, most normal games would have that Ultima fight be one of the final bosses. Nah. Oh, shit! All of this was built under fucking Sanbreck? Dude, you're huge.
The bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Hello!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here.
Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
How many people do you think died when Twinside lifted up into the sky? I'm thinking at least like 500,000.
I will be with you anon.
Thank you.
Swag. Oh my god, it was elusive jump. Fuck me, dude. This rules. Well, what you would think would be near the end game, where they make you go through a really long level, you fight way more enemies than usual, fight a chunk of all the mini-bosses you fought before, and then had a climactic battle in the Interdimensional Rift, was in fact setting the table for the final dungeon to materialize. Not to be unlocked, but to at least materialize. Let's be back at home and talk about how shit's bad. Back to their origin.
I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otter's help.
There's something about it.
I thought the creds were going to start rolling. I, at the very least, did ask James, to give me an idea, right, of how many streams I could split this up based on my progress from last night, and they essentially told me in confidence it would take 2 streams at my own pace. So I imagine once we talk to Otto and we start building toward things, I'm sure we're going to get the side quest moments. Yes, we are not finishing today. I asked him, give me an estimate if I'm standing in front of the towers to fight Odin for the final time, because that's what my thoughts were. His response, 15 hours. Which, if correct, I would end my playthrough of Final Fantasy XVI at like 50 plus hours on a mainline playthrough. Though, to be fair, I'm doing every side quest, which is part of why. I was warned that we'll be entering the jaws of Green Death soon. They give you a lot of veggies, but the veggies are actually quite good. They're like that green giant bag of like broccoli and cheese you like microwave and it's like steamed. It's pretty solid. I'm just labeling things in my freezer now.
Fine purse weighing you down.
You guys get to know the exclusive on what I'm thinking for content this week, which is I'm gonna probably end up finishing this on tomorrow. I will likely take a day off after that, and on Thursday, we will be doing a death stream. For reference.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Reasoning? I need to be able to afford rent. And I've decided that I'll use the death stream as a thing where it's like drumming up support type of thing as I play through a game. You will know about it when I tweet about it, probably after this stream, when I can make a graphic for it.
Sanfordine, do you?
There's Everdark. I realize I should just always make these.
It'd last you a good while.
Even if I don't use them, because the next sword that they always give me as an option always appears after it.
So, what'd it be?
Because they always use the most current one as a material.
Yeah, that should do you. Not my best work, but it'll do. Anything else?
Yeah. The gaming has been quite good. I've been streaming so much. I've been putting my all and I put my whole ass into it, all and just nailing it. I'm opening up my own Twitch to check a thing here. No, that can't be real, right? Yeah, it is. I've been streaming every single day since Monday. I wanted to check to make sure I was right on that. Whew. And then I went, what day is it? Monday. Oh.
Alive, I see.
Oof.
Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing.
Yeah.
How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthean records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature, that they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
I was about to say, I think we're about to make it fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right.
Of course, dude.
That's right.
You're my second in command.
Well, go on then. Bugger off.
Man, look at this entire squad. I like
Same
all
goes for
of
you,
them.
Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you.
I changed this track to confuse everyone every time we come out of a cutscene. Oh, nice. We can see it from here.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I am still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings?
Hey, what's up, big guy?
Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to. Does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
How the hell do I get up there to her? Ah, there you go. I look at the map. I was like, let me look at the map instead of, like, looking at the general location. That's not gonna help me any. I'm like, I've never seen that balcony from this angle before. Yeah, show me the level thumbnails. I love looking at those. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Yeah, I'm guessing we have, like, one more. And it's the big moment. Hi.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Yo, Lubu, you finished the game, right? This is it, isn't it? Because holy fuck. This is, oh no. Yeah, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, this is it. That's it. Okay, chat, we've unlocked the final boss, but we will not be doing it today because there's, 1, 2, 3... Three quests outside the hideaway. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That means 9 with those. And we're not even getting into the fucking letters. That brings it to 11. 11 quests. Alright, let's try and get as much of this done this stream as we can. More unlocked too? That's great. James may have said a statement to me of about 20. So I've mentally prepared for that this whole time. Well, the going was slow and not without the occasional run-in with some straggling orc. I saw Edda back safe to the Shadow Coast, where Mid was waiting kindly with the Enterprise. On the voyage home, I'd like to think the poor lass opened up a little, telling us about her life and the life she wants for her baby. But I suppose it's up to us to make certain little one gets it. This is truly the end game. This is the end game, and of course, as established and as my own knowledge would go, these side quests are going to finish up the arcs of all of these characters and locations. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spends all his time of late in the rear deck whimpering like Gav in his cups. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's not to do with the supply of antelope bones.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I'd ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. There exists ancient texts deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime, and it was a chance encounter with one such tome from a distance that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I would enlist your aid in reclaiming that text, should you require further incentive, so that I'm willing to offer compensation for services rendered.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Lubu's like, I can tap out. I know KZ ain't gonna have something that exciting to say during these. Oh, you're getting cozy. For a second, I read that as, alright, you hit the side quest. I gotta get the fuck out of here. Which, honestly, if I saw someone start this, I'd also go, I'm gonna go, like, make lunch. I'd be like, that's great. I'll see you when you're doing something else. Let me talk to my dog.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
I would be doing that if I wasn't
Said
doing these
that's
quests
where.
too. That's awesome.
On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Bark.
Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Bark.
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Alright, I was just grabbing a drink while that closed out. Let's get to it.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria.
Affirmative, Bark.
Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
Oh.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Alright, we have 3 quests active. I do not need to accept all of them or I'll go insane, but I will do everything we need to do out here with them first. So let's talk to Viv.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Yeah, the hunts are also an option, too. Titan's Wake, the Croc. Yeah, we might do a hunting section as well. We'll see how I'm feeling. Let's at least clear these first. Yeah, part of me wants to get the Goddard Damarong. Oh, oops, I also have to talk to Harpocrates. I might as well talk to him a second time so I can level up his knowledge.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets, a clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers, a tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
My bad. Take me back to the map. There we go. Yeah, I guess we'll get this one first, since it's right there. Theme of bird jingle.
This might take a while.
Don't worry, it'll take no time at all because we're not doing it. Ba, 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 da, 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 da.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Royal Intelligencer Training Report. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Norvin in 873V, subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvise weaponry and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's ranks of esteemed intelligencers.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
Complete Botany of Banes, Ater Fotida, or Tail of Wyvern, white of flower and black of root, latter of which gives an inky gall when cut or crushed. The tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing out curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicate, that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to a wound, certain death. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
The folklorist fabulary. The Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valisthean folktales than the humble Moogle, though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps. Most stories depict them as clumsy, yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they're described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet, there's one detail regarding the Moogle that I find more remarkable than even the orb that tops its brow: the fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact made it maybe not dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm. And the illustration beside the name lies none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creature is not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps they do still live among us, hidden away from human view. From a distance, Chapter 16, The Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of a bearer of the heavenly blessing, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The divers nations of the time were unanimous of their disposal of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed their bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers, for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten. Hold on, we're doing that bit I did last stream again.
Chasten.
Thank you. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation, and decimated the population of men and bears both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valisthean people. After the bears' last resistance was crushed, the nation of Valisthea came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. It's a well-known phrase, bearers are other than human, has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
It says leave Garnick, which means a fight will spawn, I guess.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Cute.
Subtle.
I
know who you are.
And we need not waste time.
Sorry, certain terms are ruined by the internet.
Hand me the book. Leave it in our
Actually, I know what you are, my bad.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Bum, bum, bum.
Let's see, shall we?
Let's turn up the heat. It's been a minute since we fought.
Too slow.
fucking big swing, too. Good lord. Come to me! Yeah! Train! I may get new moves, but the train forever lives in my heart. Rip him to pieces! I'm coming.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Okay, now that we got that, let's, yeah, let's do the one for our dog.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me.
I doubt that boat will hold a third. If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. In Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going.
Let's see what you wanted me to see, doggy.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Displayed in Clive's chambers. Hell yeah. We even got a thing that buffs Torgal's attacks. We're a well-oiled machine.
Sorry for the wait.
This dog's a more fleshed out character than some actual FF party members. Yeah, talking about you, Kryle. We could talk about Amaranth, but the writers also did want to talk about him in his own game.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here.
Why is Princess in England? Well, I'm gonna shock you here. I'm not.
If you would.
That's not me.
My lord.
I'm in Florida. I don't think you're getting the answers from me. My beloved sons. I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, a threat of the blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I've made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. Know that you have the strength and courage and will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you, your father.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate. What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals? To see centuries of common wisdom overturned? Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
My lord, your grace. hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
We're always doing that.
Where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else? Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But
we can actually get there a little faster here. He's like, but. And I'm like, I will never hear that again. Sorry, Joshy. Hate to interrupt you, but we gotta make good time here.
Run like the wind.
We can take the other turn.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
I do it for my daddy. It's too bad that you can't have like a normal sky for your endgame quests here, but it is what it is.
There it is. For House Rosfield.
Nice try.
Wow, it stored my Zentetsuken charge from like 30 minutes ago. Nice. You keep trying. I'm glad that they don't punish me for dodging on reflex. They still let me cash that shit in. And how about this? Woo! Ah, darn. Should have taken advantage of the opening I had. Hold on, I could just hit you with the big boy. Gonna come up a little short, looks like. Yep. Train.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Ah, there you are.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Here, have this rock.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame. Thank you, my lord. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. Since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate, I prithee claim it. For it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Alright, let's go get this helm.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? That I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Titan!
You can't make me fight. You can't do it. I win. You lose. The armband better armor than you have now? I didn't actually check. Yeah, the Founder's Grasp. Yeah, 94 with a 50. Pretty good. This brings our defense up above 300 now.
Faster! It's just back there. I needed that. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me. No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since. We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted. What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens. I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
I knew it. You have to show me, like, yeah, you need to do that. The whole time I was like, they're going to do one of those. Give me one of those. Every JRPG got the brief appearance of ghosts that is important. I would say Ghost Dad, but unfortunately the real Ghost Dad's a bit problematic nowadays.
Onward, then.
For the past 30 years, but you know, I'm talking about the Ghost
To
Dad.
the end.
Yeah, Bill
And to a
Cosby.
new beginning.
Rusted battle helm. Yet another thing for our chambers. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. He is just locked in. No matter where I go, he will follow. Except for the endgame where they will do whatever the story commands them to do. Next order of business. Providing this tome to Vivian.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible.
I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Scholar's Bonnet. Vivian Ninetail's scholarly headwear awarded to her upon the completion of her studies at the University of Canver. Yeah, you can tell we're finishing arcs, because every time an arc finishes, they just drop a fucking item I can put in the little hub over there. Let me look at this hunt board. Angel Death, Belphegor, Dazmare, Sekret. I think I might have to kill some of these things, chat. Alright, chat. Let's start preparing for the hunt section of the stream. I did what any normal human would do. I looked up a god on the internet that itemized all the hunts. Can't say I'm in much of a mood to go to the hunt board every single time I complete one of these, so I thought it would be better to just use a guide off the internet that tells me what locations they're in the order that the game has. Seemed like it made a bit more sense. There's the thing I was talking about earlier, the thing that charges. I just never bought it.
You'll not find a better price than that. Finished, are you?
Alright. So, before we do any more quests, let's do that. But also, I did forget to give this guy his knowledge level up.
Good morrow to you, my friend. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Living Library, Recorder of the Realm.
Quite the find for you today.
We have a lot. Barnabas' mother, one of the few surviving descendants of the children of Zemeckis.
What subject shall we consider today?
Yeah, we're almost done. Mystery of the Realms is almost fully filled. Lay of the Land almost fully done with.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Logos.
I was wondering when next.
Yeah, let me pull that up here.
Study the tomes.
Where Ultima uses mythos to describe the vessel he has long awaited, one into which he could pour his soul and cast his supreme spell. Logos indicates its blasphemed form, a vessel over which the will of another is complete claim, making itself a false god. So my understanding is that he wanted Ifrit or Clive to get all the powers, and then he'd be the super vessel to do all the things. But me fusing with Joshua to make Ifrit risen made him call us a Logos, because we're doing something different. The two icons of fire united as one with a might that far exceeds either icon alone. With the body of Ifrit and the wings of Phoenix, its appearance closely resembles that of Ultima as depicted in the ancient murals. Could this be the final true form of the vessel? But given that we combined things and he thought it was bad, I'm gonna assume that that's not real. At least that's my current read of what was going on there. You seemed to not like it when we used Risen to end things earlier. Alright, let's start getting the hunts I haven't located yet. First one. Western side of Clairview in Sambrec. That's in the Northreach. That's in the Northreach one. It is about here.
We'd have our coin, our stock enough.
Oh yeah, you would. This dude would be stationed here after he quit the military. Game's really good about keeping everything accurate. Alright. We should go about this way, and then eventually we should come upon it. There it is. The Angel of Death. At a very low frame rate, because I'm very far away from it. Actually, it went to full frame rate pretty quickly.
Straight home now.
These are going to be a wash, by the way. This is the second available hunt in the game. Aruna.
If that's what I think it is, this isn't gonna be easy.
So yeah, this is a level 27. I think we're gonna be fine. Hold on, let me hit you with something big to see how it just does from a DPS standpoint. They still have a decent amount. This ends up doing like a quarter of raw damage. Mark. Defeat 10 Notorious hunts. Okay, that takes care of the Angel of Death. Next up is the Belphegor.
Rest well. I know I will.
This one is Eastpool. You are not east. I just want to let you know that. Let's see. It's located. Okay, I see where it is. I missed the part of it being an invincible joke, unfortunately. Yeah, we just keep this way. Thank God we can call a bird. I was like, there are buildings here. They might tell me no, and then I start getting upset. Alright, let's make our way to the dead end. Here's our next mark. Belphegor. Ready?
The wild wyvern. In this area. Nice try.
Now I'm free to do this. And all done. And the beam. Alright, that's another hunt done.
Oh, there aren't any more of them.
I think I've already done this hunt here. This griffin one, apparently. Oh, yeah, I think we did that before. Is there a menu somewhere in here that would tell me which hunts I've done? I wonder. That would actually make things a little bit easier for me. Only the board? Okay. Fair enough. Let's go back just so I can itemize them, figure out which ones I've done. Hate to do this already, but I don't want to travel to an area just because I vaguely forgot that this enemy that also is a hunt sometimes I've already done, or I haven't done, and I'm conflating a time where we did one during a level. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did the Griffin one, yeah, but I'm double checking anyway. Hunt board. Okay, that's the first 4 done. Secret. We've done Severian. Done that. 10 of clubs, Bomb King. 9 of knives. Okay, most of these I'll remember that I haven't done them yet. Okay, this one, Secret. That is that one is located near Martha's Rest, or at least that's the fastest we're gonna get to it. Okay, so we go north, the entire northeast corner from Martha's Rest, so about here.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy.
This feels pretty good. This is, I did this type of thing when playing through, at the start of the year, Rogue Galaxy. The hunts were in the exact same way. They don't really mark them. They're just on the map, and then you pop them.
Ready, go?
I just think it's funnier if I related to Rogue Galaxy instead of FF12 because one, I liked Rogue Galaxy a bit better, and both came out around the same time and have similar design things in them. Anyway, let's beat up this bolt. We're about to make bank. These things pay out really well. Ah, funny. I left. Shout out to Jupas Tukey McGannell, of course. Fucked up and forgot to apply Odin's sword, so our Zentensken isn't maxed out yet. There we go, cancel, go into it. Oops, cancel, go into it. God damn it. Keep forgetting I have to activate the talent before I can unleash it. The finish. Ho ho ho! Alright, that's another one done and dusted. We've definitely done the Severian thing.
Well, the locals will sleep easier without
The Muddy Murder is our next one on the chopping block. We're looking at Hawk's Cry Cliff. And this one is going to be right about there, so we just keep going in this direction for a while. So I'm doing the hunt cleanup now. Feels good, and it also breaks up some of the general side questy portions of this content. That and hunts are going to be required if I want to get the that great Goddard Damarung sword they were talking about. Here we go.
The rest.
The bird could sense it. Ew, the Flan Prince.
So you take us unawares, did you? You're a fine hound.
Level 38 is a bit closer to what we've been doing. There we go. Now it can't stop me from getting this off. Bro's got hands. Like, literally. You left yourself open. Close, but no cigar. We got it. All right, and the finish. Finishing them with that is never gonna not feel great.
Well, it's dead now. Whatever it was.
Next up is a hill to die on. We're going to want to go to the Velcroy Desert for this. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing the hunts until I get walled by one of them, is the plan. I have a guide up that just tells me where to look for them. God, shit. Let's see, this one's in the northeastern corner, so that would be this way.
Ready, go?
Bum bum. It's also good for my good for my pockets, because I am getting a decent amount of money out of it. Where does they even list your gil in this, actually? Hold on. Looking around. There it is. 36,000. Yeah. We need to get that a bit bigger. I have to be careful. I know there are some tough things. It's like the thing they showed at their official stream and in that IGN high-end hunt video, the level 45 big guy. So I could stand to get a little stronger. Here we go. Bastito Kalan. Whatever, it's a fucking adamantine.
Well, Clive. Looks like you make a sword.
Yeah, we should always open with this. Ow, 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 ow. Fuck you and your bubble beam. God damn it, if I whiff, it does go on cooldown. What a pain.
Nice try.
Oh, shit. There we go, we've upped the rate so this can do as much as possible. I keep forgetting that you should save your big attacks for last that are multi-hit. Because as you hit more during stagger, you can get as high as 1.5. You'll want that 1.5 for the big multi-hit super hits. Keep forgetting to do that. The problem with going point blank. I like how this move's a bit less optimal against this guy because this thing keeps getting in the way. I'm not even gonna use the level 5 on you. I'm saving it for later. Okay, I'm glad Joshua's okay.
It should have stayed in its shell.
Next up, Soul Stingers. We're gonna wanna teleport to the jaw. Then we're gonna wanna go to that gap there.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Okay, so it'd be a straightaway, and then I just take a right turn once I get the big fork. And thankfully, the next hunt that would be after this, we've already done, which is the Grimalkin, so it's like the red squirrel.
This might take a while.
Hold up.
You're
not on my main list. Dread Comet. Alright, we're doing this one now. Glad we found one on the way. This chocobo looks wonderful. Motherfucker's gonna make me eat Fruit Loops.
That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
Choco Meteor, by the way. It's okay, I can keep up with you. Oh, here comes this shit again. Oh, fuck! Whew!
ready.
Choco Meteor Rain. Yeah, your meteors are a pain in the ass. We need to get you out. Yeah, those meteors just keep on coming. Comet Feather.
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
Yeah, he kind of just kept giving me the business. Alright, we're low on potions, but we should go ahead and deal with our business that we had planned on. Then we can go back home and restock.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
So from this direction, it would be turn a little bit this way. Here's our next mark.
They don't look happy.
Alright, you little bastards. Oh, that felt pretty good. Yay, a hunt where I can do the train. There we go, getting a little bit of it. Alright, I got all I needed from that. Finish him! I'm glad it was just common enemies that are annoying because they fly. Alright, first 2 rows cleared. We already took out 9 of Knives. Next we got the Breaker of Worlds. The Mageth brothers. We already got Dread Comet. Alright, Breaker of Worlds, Mageth. Yeah, okay. Hello, do you have any,
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Come to claim your just desserts?
I want to see what I can get here. I see. To sail forbidden seas, fallen enigma. Genji gloves, if you fucking get to 2365. Oh, hell yeah. And Ring of the Swift Shot.
All yours. All done?
Lowers charge time for charged magic by 0.2 seconds. That's pretty decent. That lowers it even further, where it's just going to come out constantly. Okay. Let's get the Charon shop, restock, and then get going.
There's something about it.
Still alive, are ya? If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Finished, are ya?
Yeah, we're also going to be going, I think we're going to be going a little bit harder here. I think I've... let's see. Thinking about changing my setup, but not yet. I'll look at a finalized thing in a bit. For now, I'm looking pretty okay. There's something I wanted to do in here that I've forgotten immediately. Oh yeah, items. We're gonna put Strength Tonic on this. We're gonna go into the next few hunts with an attack buff. Let's see. After that, Grimalkin, which we've done, 9 of Knives, which we've done. Breaker of Worlds is, let's see. We're going to want to go from Martha's Rest or East Pole. I guess we'll do East Pole. Which is, you know, not in the east, but, you know. In the grand scheme of this map, it's kind of like one of the more eastern ones, but still. Come on. Come on, man. Alright. It's time to mentally prepare. Hello, bird.
Ready to go?
Would you like to take me to the hunt? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, you're doing it anyway. Hope you're fucking ready for it.
All right.
Okay. Take a turn here. Gonna immediately careen this way. Yeah, alright.
No need to ride from here.
Ah! Alright, it's time for a hunt that, based on suggested level, sounds like I might have a bad time on, depending on how things go. Get overdo it. Oh yeah, this is the one. Here we go, chat. Atlas. Dude, you look huge. Time to avenge Max. Easier said than fucking done. Let's go.
Though it seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right then. Nice try.
I forgot I already had Zentenskin primed. Shit. Bam! Reminder what made this so scary for Maxon in that presentation. Their save file was on level 35. Woo! Go for it. And yeah. And we just barely got it in time. Oops, he got out of the way. Alright, one more for the road. Out of here! How appropriate, it's the one that gets me to his level exactly. Hey, look! Orichalcum. We need 3 of these for the sword that they've been hyping up since last stream. Okay. Breaker of Worlds done. Bomb King, we have fought that. 10 of Clubs, we have fought that. This next one is available near Port Isolde. Yeah, so the Orichalcum, to my understanding, seems to be locked entirely upon S-rank hunts. Which, understandable. When you're trying to get a weapon of great quality, you wanna make them do some of the side content to get it, which we will do here. Shouldn't take too long for us to get to the next one.
Come on.
It's like getting Ultima weapon in Kingdom Hearts 3 by doing the gummy related stuff.
Someone's brave.
Saying someone's brave because enemies spawned in front of you. Hell yeah, dude. He is him. All rise. They're gonna fuck your pizza. I was like, surely they'll come closer to me, and they're like, their AI's like, nah. Let them whiff. Woo! Okay. Oh boy. And it's over.
No more vengeance. No more war.
There's a shop near Martha's Rest that we can go restock in.
How do? Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go.
Just because the heavens...
We're looking for Karen Norvin. Dim. Sold. Lost Wing. There it is, that's the one. Specifically, they want me to be... Ah, it's the part we haven't explored. Morn Broom.
Run like the wind.
Excuse me. I'm in a bit of a rush. Oh boy. Svarog. Uh-oh.
This beast isn't to be trifled with.
Oh, shit. Are you telling me the beam is short?
Let's try.
Oh yeah, unlock. Locked on dragons doesn't feel good in this. We'll just stay focused. If we die, we can give it another shot with a different setup. And fire! Now you're in range. Too close for comfort. I tried to do this at 35, it did not go well. Yeah, that would be insane. It's already kind of rough here at 45. Oh god, it's another one of these.
Well done, Tom. That's better.
I did it at 40. That's wonderful. Thank you, Torgal. I kind of just don't even want to do this phase, so I'm just going to beam you right now so I can de-stress. Of course that hit. I knew I should have just mashed it. Ooh, you're a big boy. Yeah, once again, went too early. How could you... God damn it. Wow, even mashing that, it didn't help me. How are you not going? Ah, it's because it's locked onto the head. It's because of the dragon fucking lock-on system. Keeps fucking me on that move. Oh no.
Nice try.
I had to be very patient on that.
Guess we're all ready.
Slice them up.
Waken winds! Too slow. Too slow.
Holy shit. I'm gonna have to go in. There it is. Whew. That was tough. Level 50 hunt done. $30,000, 25,000 experience, orichalcum, all this cool shit. We're good.
Definitely not to be trifled with.
Okay. Alright, we got that on one try, thank God. It was a fairly long one. Alright, that was pretty much every single hunt that the site listed, though I know there's several more. They just didn't document them. I'll have to look at someone else's to double check. Let me see my progress on forging.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
What'd you want? 2 dark steel, a primitive battle horn. Yeah, there's other hunt related things you need from that. In addition, hello.
Still alive, are ya? It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here.
There's something about it.
Let's see if this one has a good list of all of them. As expected, most guides for this are not up to date. A lot of them go, here's every single one, and they're like, we'll fill in the rest later. And I'm like, you're the reason that Google is hell. the Pack, south of Tabor. Lost Wing Sambrek. That one's a pretty bad guide of it. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to look at them by myself here. Actually, that's also gonna be. They said south of Tabor, and that tells me fucking nothing. Ugh. I don't want to run through all this not knowing exactly where it is. Let's see. Okay. Just having a moment of just searching through all of these. Make my job a little easier. You know, I never did think RPG side might have a good guide. They tend to be alright. Also, they tend to make really good guides and then every other side steals from them, so... fairly important. Oh, this might actually be good to go. Yeah, this guide's good. Alright, we're in good. By the way, shout out to Cullen who wrote the guide, by the way. There's apparently a hunt south of here. Oh man, there's like no way to get over to get across from here. I'll keep running around until I can get one. Something like this. Dude, you look huge. Gorgamera. Another S rank.
We're not gonna outrun this one. Stay close, Torvald.
Dude has Delta attack, hell yeah. The slight dodges like that make me want the developers to die, but only for like 1 second, then it goes away. I was hoping I'd do the thing now, but it's still on cooldown. I got it! Just barely. Alright, we're doing alright. Delta Force. Okay, so now he has 3 Delta attacks at once. Don't jump, you fucker. Your input reading, I swear to God. Think again. I love damage. Just enough. And there's the third orichalcum I'll need.
Someone your own size.
Alright, let's look at the hunt guide list here. Next up would be the Pack. South of Tabor, which I saw earlier, but I didn't have a direct thing. But thank you to RPG Site. Not a sponsor. just do the immediate turn, it looks like.
This is no time to ride. No use calling Ambrosia now.
How about now? Yoshida's like, make sure they can't ride the thing until they're out of the town, and then some. What happens if we didn't do that? I'll kill myself in front of you. And they're like, okay, sir, we'll just put the restrictions on the mount. We get it. We're sorry.
Thanks, girl.
Next on the list is another group hunt. The Pack. The dogs are red and thus must die.
Remember, you're on my side, Total.
Ha ha ha! He's like, hey, do not betray me for the dogs. How did that not hit anything? This game needs to learn what hits are. Hey!
Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy?
Let's see. Now that we got that one done, next is, we did Dread Comet. Alright, this next one, Lost Wing Sambrek. Alright. Or Lost Wing. Let's see. We're looking for the Cellar Passage. If we take that bridge there, I don't think we do. I think we go through this, and this will take me to the route I'm looking for. No, it won't. Ah, I think it's through the church. They did say cellar passage, and it looks like there is a route. Yeah.
This is no time to ride.
Yeah, it is.
Ambrosia won't help me.
You have no reason to not let me, besides you being a prick. Guy with the big cannon. Message received. Holy Trumpetor.
Bring out the barons! Let me and my mortar purge them of their sin.
Okay, this dude rules.
You'll regret doing my mother's bidding.
Down you go. You're going down. And let's do Gungnir, already prepping it, as you can see by me mashing it. Take that, I was like, wait for it and then take your shot. That'll get the rest. Finish your string so I can open you up. Done! That's a new record, 91K. Okay, that's another one of the fucking black shields down.
Your work here is done.
Next one after doing that would be Carrot, which we've done for a side quest. Then Gorgimera, which we've done already. Let's see. We got this one that apparently is in Waloed. It looks like our easiest access it's right over there, it looks like. So we'll have to go from the Shadow Coast on up.
Come on.
Caution.
Yeah, here we are on Wolfdar. And take this turn.
You deserve a rest.
Alright, hit the deck, chat. This is gonna be another toughie, I imagine. Oh boy. Not my favorite thing to fight. Pandemonium. I wonder if the 14 devs worked on this. I see that type of attack and go, alright, everybody get in your positions. Nice. Down you go. Oh god, it's this shit again. Get out of the way. Yeah! Ah, he's way out of the way. Yeah, that went up in smoke. We'll have to get off normal attacks and Goomnir then. Not as graceful as I would have wanted, but it gets the job done. Sanguine right. Okay, now he's dropping like 4 of these. Close.
Too slow.
Whoa! I had to heal to keep that from crashing to earth. I now understand about the obliterating your whole part now. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Cool.
Not good.
Okay, I now understand why that attack's rough. I think it's a bad attack, and that is why. In phase 2, he charges it up, teleports, and then immediately teleports in front of you and fires. And if it hits you once, you're not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to defend or dash out mid-thing. They count as a true combo. So the only thing you can do is just start swallowing potions until it's dead. Even worse, and inexcusably, they decided that I am not allowed to be right next to the hunt I started. I think it's the only time I experienced attack, and I went, you didn't really think this through, did you? I really don't think I should be experiencing a 8-second long attack with no way to get out of it. Because I was mashing dodge at that same time to see if there's any avenue of well thought out get out of it, and they're like, nah. It saves based on the last thing I did, though, so we're coming into this with level 4. What's up, buddy? I didn't even know he was casting that. Ba-da-da. Ugh. Come on. All right. Yeah, I can't interact when he first does the cast, or else it opens me up immediately to it. Yeah, he hides the beam in this attack. You have to pay attention to the cast names. Level 4 should be good enough. Nice. What a pain. Stained loincloth.
Your reign is at an end.
Okay.
It's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Might as well change this to something else. Alright, what's next on our list here? After Pandemonium. The next one should be also in the loot. Dude, I'm always taking their pants. Here we go. Estela. Next one should be right over there. Which, based on this, I would go in... Yeah, it looks like I go up the structure. And now that, yeah, should just pop around here. Oh, there you are. Gobbermouch. This goblin means business. I'm sorry, were you gonna hit me?
How the hell did it cross the strait?
Okay, so the bit is supposed to be, it's insane that a goblin made it all the way to this continent. How refreshing that I'm not fighting an S rank again. Or something that's, you know, 40 and above. Bro swam quite a bit. Oh yeah, this is the thing that would not stagger. That means it's just all DPS, baby. You dizzy? I'll help with that. Yeah, limit beam. It's spinning. It's trying its best.
It's over.
And there goes Viking Goblin. Primitive battle.
Your journey ends here.
Beigel would be the next one, but we did fight that, I believe, in this stream. Yeah, it was either this stream or the end of the last one. Alright, next one we're looking for is, it's over in that spot. That is one of the mats for the sword. We're doing pretty good here. Alright, we need to get to this little chunklet right there.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
Just cooking up some more energy while we're on the way.
Be safe.
Oh, hello. Agni.
Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors.
Show me what you're working with. God, I keep fucking that up. I keep fucking it up. There it is. Man, this boy loves to bounce. God, I can't believe it wouldn't take that. Oh, thank God. Alright, big guy gone. That brings us to almost $200,000. Stone pump.
I've had warmer welcomes.
Let's go check on progress over here in the hub. Also, I need to restock anyway. Lost a bunch of that because I kept missing hits. It's been a while since we fought the heavy armored armadillo.
Yep. So, what'd it be?
Last thing I'm missing is 2 dark steel. Okay.
And?
First the skies.
Clive. Coin purse weighing you down?
A little bit, honestly. I am stacked.
You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Okay. Next up, we're looking for something near... near Titan's Wake. Ah, I see it. Alright, we can set off from Kratov. He did the sexy whistle. Almost all the materials for the Ouroboros armor too. Yeah, I'm gonna lead off with the weapon and then look at what we're looking like for the others. The children yearn for a cool sword. Okay. Thanatos.
Another little threat, Ultima. If it's me you want, I'm right here.
Alright. And in we go. I respect all the attempts, even if none of them worked. He backed up just an artificial amount enough just to make so I didn't hit. They hate my ass. And on Pride Month. I respect that you're a Donkey Kong 64 boss doing ground pounds. I love that. It always gives me like a break to reflect upon my journey. We actually got it. We are right on the edge of that laser. Oh, he's just spamming it, huh? I think we can put this to bed. Alright, Thanatos down. Ah! One more of those, and then we will have what we need for the sword. Okay. Let's check and look at what the hunts are being outlined at the hub now that we've cleared a shit ton of them. We haven't actually looked at the traditional board in a bit. Huh, only two left to be posted. The Blood Moon and the Wailing Banshee. Those are the only ones that we currently have left that are unlocked. Okay, so Blood Moon, Wailing Banshee. Okay. Near the Dragon's Eyrie. That's to the right, right? Like this? Yeah, here we go. Alright, we need to get to the Croc. Gonna be a bit of a trek, but we can do it.
Let's go. Faster!
let's top off while we're here.
I can walk from here.
Little drink. Alright. Your blood moon is in fact one of these. Terminus.
Looks like we're working something up. Only one thing for it.
Might as well just burn this down, build the rest on the first stagger. Down you go. That's my bad. I should have led with that one. I canceled out of the first one when I fucked up and went, maybe I have enough time. There's not. That window isn't that huge. Switch to the lower damage of building stance.
Too slow.
Alright, we're almost done.
Too slow. I needed that.
Ooh! Hyper Surge. There we go, I figured out the timing. That one is just my demon. I continue to have issues with that one. Don't know why I thought that would work. It would make no sense if it did. Tragic, I was in a really hard committal move. And we got it. Let's see. We got another one that we have to do over in Waloed. Alright, let's teleport to Northreach, buy items, do it, and then we will have no available hunts until, I guess, we clear out every side quest to get the remaining ones.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if you don't... What does the dame have to say?
I think the shop was directly next to me. It was, my bad. Oh, that is a cartoon character. That dude was knocking me out. Ooh.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants. An excellent choice. I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Hold on. Are you selling anything else special? Yep.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Alright. Wallude. If I do this and then I hit local map, gives me an easier way to track it. It is in Garnick. So we'll go to Vittergras and head southwest.
Faster! Don't get surrounded. That'll do, girl.
Alright, park it. Gizmalook. Okay, so you're just another Garuda. This one looks lightning based, I guess?
Harmon's madness lives on.
Alright, level 5. Ugh.
Too slow. That's better.
Yes! I love that one, it's just a free bar. God, the range on this is so rough. No, I didn't want that. There we go.
Soil and stone.
You are very rude. Time to go.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, there we go. That's every single one.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, son.
Genji gloves.
All yours.
And we're working our way toward that reward. Genji gloves increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%. The island warriors of the Far East are said to claim a piece of armor of a slain soldier following a battle, wearing it over their own until the next encounter, at which time they finally remove it. The warriors believe that the spirit of the fallen foe will lend them their strength.
Yeah.
Everyone for now. Yeah, I know. Let's go.
You be careful up there.
I will. I was just hopping in place. Alright, let's take stock of the quests I have to do to be finished up. More have spawned in the reading table as well. Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult to get all of them. Concern for Jill, making amends. Where there are matters of great import that demand your attention, but would you find yourself a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves, that I might find a single favor concerning His Highness, Prince Dion.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
Yeah, I think we can fit some quests in before I end for today. I want to make sure that tomorrow's stream isn't incredibly exhausting, where we go beyond 8, but we'll see. Concern for Jill. Their icon brought her much suffering. The loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart. And we would be poor friends indeed if we not seek to lighten that burden, even but only a fraction, before we depart for the skies. I would speak on this more in private.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
And now for the generic letters, or ones that don't have quests on them. The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now, but there's still a lot you have to learn about that hound of yours. Aye, he'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant protecting you. But that don't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound, and sometimes he just wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of Kupo nuts. You better do good to remember that. Let's see. Oh yeah, we already saw that. Do you remember what you told me that night at Phoenix Gate? While the fate of Rosaria sits on my shoulders, the fate of the Dominant sits upon yours. But are we not both Dominants of fire? Does not the flame of our forebears burn in both our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You've chosen to be my shield, now let me choose to be yours. It's not what our father wanted, what Sid wanted, to cast aside fate and forge our own paths. Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. It occurs to me that a single word of thanks does not nearly suffice to express my gratitude for reuniting me with from a distance. The tome made me who I am today, and yet I thought that I should never set eyes upon it again. That those who took it from me had forever robbed me of a part of myself, but now I'm whole again, thanks to you. I regret that I can only fill in the gaps in your knowledge, not the holes in your soul, for which I shall ever be in your debt. There we go. How's this place looking? We got those, the scarf, the signboard, the battle helm, Sid's goblet, the scholar's bonnet, continental censer, the apples, Ambrosia's saddle, and the charged sparring sword. We almost have all of them. We're working our way through it.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want?
What do you want? Yeah, tragically, I'm still missing a dark steel. One of the hunts that drops it does not exist in the game's world yet. Ouroboros is here, but unfortunately, it would take one of the orichalcum that I need. Same goes for this. So tragically, I cannot make these really good pieces of gear. Not until that sword is guaranteed to help me out. Priorities.
Lawsman Harpocrates.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. I had not expected to meet with him again.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. It is one of my greatest regrets. When what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tale. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be...
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tales before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. Whether they still survive there,
It's all right.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll find it. And then the other one's not too far away. Wait, is it? Yeah, we're good.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her. Now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business.
Man's Hill.
True. Though I suspect it is also much changed.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Alright, let's go take care of our outside activities now. Oh. I've never felt more blessed than them going, don't worry, the obelisk is directly next to your quest destination. I'm like, I don't even have to pretend to run anywhere. This never happens.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
I shouldn't have complimented this on being convenient.
It's the only place I know of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone in the backyard.
They're like, now go back to the hideaway that you were literally there 5 seconds ago. I'm like, all right.
Let's hope one of the guards.
The fuck is it? Oh god, the backyard.
Knows where to find snow daisies.
I forgot that the backyard is literally what they call the one end of this area that you never go to normally.
Say what you will, Lady Karen is... There should.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
Tell me where I can find this.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the royal meadows in Sambrak.
That's great, let's go find it. I'm sorry, I'm punishing them for making me go outside, then go back inside. If this shit happened on PS4, I'd want their blood. Mainly because I'm just imagining the scenario where it's just like, you play this shit as a PS4 game, and they're like, alright, go outside, 40-second load. Ah shit, it wasn't here. Go back, 40-second load. But thankfully, we have avoided the dark fate. Let's push entirely through Northreach here.
Saw the captain just now.
I don't think these guys,
What say you then?
I don't think they like the Duke.
If Philippe's gone, who's our new captain?
Don't worry, next stream will solve that. This game was going to be a PS4 game, imagine the pain. They said it would add, like, over a year of dev time, and I'm like, I'll bet. Because then it would no longer be a PS5 only, and then you have to relook at every single level and everything you wanted. Can you imagine Titan Lost on a PS4? That shit would look bad. That shit would not run. They'd probably cut the last phase. I will say, in terms of the icon fights, or some of the bigger story fights that are, like, with a lot of money in them, it is refreshing and interesting that the last two have, were less Ifrit focused. Odin, you get to focus on it being nice as solo 1v1. Same goes for the Ultima. I'm looking forward to how this concludes in the final mission.
We can start there.
I was gonna point that out when we did Odin, but it didn't come to mind. It slipped away during plot stuff. Wait, they might actually be right here. Okay. Wait, I realized I can do this at the start of every fight.
What do you see, boy? Let's hope this is the last one. Only one way to find out. Oh, dear.
And to the ground. Waiting for them to get in range. Yeah, we should take you out. I could charge some Zantetsuken on you though.
That was harder than I expected. But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
And I keep forgetting that there's an exit out of my own room.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped, so lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have, again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You my treasure. We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Oh, they named it after MasterCard. Okay. Splitting Clive's chambers. Diamond Dust cooldown reduced by 7.5 seconds. Song of Winter, Autumn Gone from Frosted Lips. Oblivion. It's a nursery rhyme. I can't say I've ever heard those words before. Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain with him till departing for Origin. Okay, they're gonna do that every time for the normal party members then. Or I guess Josh would, or whoever was recent gets dropped because he's not here. And he promised me. Though to be fair, we are in fact out on a trip. I believe we were supposed to kill a wyvern at some point. Here it is.
No use calling Ambrosia now.
This Gap's so pissed, dude. It's okay, I got this. Excuse me, pardon me.
No mistakes. Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Sorry, I thought you were my objective. You are not. Actually, you might be. Might just have to kill you, and then get the drop. Ah, it's just right in front of you. Okay. Now that I got one of the wyvern tails, give that to Hippocrates.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did. You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
He's very shy.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
Now. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Hippocrates? No. I dare not show my face before him, not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives, and ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Hippocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him.
Yeah, she's
reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's
this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Bahamut's Mercy reduces Gigaflare cooldown by 6 seconds. That shit on now, actually. Hold on. What am I thinking? Alright, apparently that did not proc additional hunts. Now that I'm seeing that. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what the track we just bought, I say just bought, the track we bought an hour and a half ago sounds. Let me see if I can recognize it. Ah, yeah, it was before the storm. Alright, let's see here. No more letter word related ones. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. Doing 8 quests last time we tried took me about 2.5 hours-ish. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying not to leave myself too much work tomorrow. But I think that's good enough. Check the reading table. Feels like a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago. That afternoon on Man's Hill was our very first adventure, but somehow I knew even then that it would not be our last. I'll never forget that day. The simple fact that you have not either fills my heart with a joy so fierce I cannot describe it. Since the moment we first met, you've always been an important part of me. The half that makes me whole. When times are darkest, you're my light. When I'm lost, you're my guiding star. You're just what I need. You're all that I need. You're the greatest gift. You know, I think these two like each other. I'm starting to put something together here. We got the Snow Daisy Garland. Quill. There we go. Thank you, chat, for somehow managing to stay 75 even during side content like this. It is much appreciated. Let me see item-wise. We have 1 dark steel, 3 orichalcum. Okay, we don't have the orichalcum yet to forge anything new. Alright, chat, that's gonna have to do it for today. I am exhausted. I'm exhausted and I've eaten a lot of eggs. So that's gonna have to do it. We are now level 46. And I think we can finish tomorrow. I checked, there's only about 3 more hunts left to unlock, and we got a bunch of quests, and we will clear all those out once we're done with them and adjust our gear. We will then go to finish everything off. So thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. I'm gonna head out and live. Anyway, I'll do it. I'm gonna hit these credits. You know, it's times like these where I like to reflect on, you know, any potential new subs we got. I don't even know if we got any. Hold on. Doc Bats, thank you. You're the MVP, because you're the only one. Let's go!